Right. Good evening. We apologize for the lateness, something beyond our control. Our solicitor is stuck in a traffic right now. As we know, there is an outlet, there's flooding, so that's something we cannot control. Good evening. Welcome to the Claims Committee meetings. Today is Monday, September 11, 2023. I want to call on the Claim Committee meetings to order. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present?
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Present.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the August 7th, 2022 meeting.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
At this time, we are open for public comments for people in the chamber or on Zoom. We'll start with public comments in the chamber. So everyone who has a public comment regarding a matter in the docket will have 4 minutes to talk about the matter.
Okay. Last month, you guys denied my,
Excuse me, you have to state your name
Oh.
and your address for the.
okay. It's Anne or Anne Marie Gong, 12 Kenyon Road, Cranston, Rhode Island, 02910. Last month I put a pothole claim in. During the beginning of the year, I was driving to work and it was raining like it was the last 2 days severely, and I hit a pothole. And shortly after I hit it, I did stop to see if everything was okay with the car, but I didn't know that I was supposed to check the underneath of the suspension. And when my alternator died in May, the garage told me I had to replace the whole front suspension. So had I known that, I would have brought it to your attention a lot sooner, but I was unaware of that. And now I know better. But being a single mom, cooking for all the kids and providing all the meals for all the schools for all the kids and wanting to get to work on time and having to pay $4,000 to fix the front suspension, any little bit helps. So if you guys could just help me out with I know the girl told me it was only $300 I would get back, but anything helps. And I'm still paying on that front suspension.
Thank you. We cannot answer you right now, but we're going on executive session. We will discuss that. Any other public comments?
So my name is Sonia Poydras. I live at 190 Aqueduct Road, Cranston. I'm here to speak to a claim I submitted back in June, and I resubmitted it recently because I have some additional information I wanted to share. So there are some videos here, pictures. So this is my retaining wall. I say my because the city continues to tell me that I am responsible to fix this. However, I have some information that I want to share that in my eyes shows that the city is partially liable. So that's a cluster of trees that continues to grow throughout the years. Those trees are directly behind the wall. I've had an engineer tell me that the roots of those trees push on the wall and cause damage underneath that could contribute to the collapse. I have submitted a letter in that regard. You can't see it, but behind those trees, that one there, that was cut down. It's about 4 feet in diameter. It's literally inches from the wall. And he said that's probably the major contributor. But those trees continue to grow even after they cut them down. So I bring that to your attention because those are city trees. I think it was the last city council meeting that the chief engineer, I think it was Justin Matus, spoke about the backlog of the city trees getting cut down and pruned. And he said that because it's so big that the backlog is prioritized by safety, public safety issues. And I requested that those trees get cut down, and they were cut down within 1 week. So if they were cut down within 1 week, that tells me that the city considers them public safety issue, which now we have, after that claim I submitted, the wall collapsed a month later on July 16th. And now is sitting partially in the basketball court. In addition to the trees being a contributing factor, I'd like to bring to your attention this video, which is the fire department said the other part of the wall that doesn't have to do with the trees is likely to collapse because of the poor city drainage in the street, eroding the wall here. So you could see here, the water is pouring through the wall, not just over the wall, but through the wall. So it's eroding that part of the wall, which he said that's going to go very soon. So my request is to address the city drainage issue, put maybe a drain before the end there where it's just going down into the hill. This was from yesterday, just to show you that it's a continuous thing. Every time it rains like that, the water goes over the wall, but also through the wall. It's going through cracks and eroding the wall. So there's a third piece of information I'd like to share, which is I went to the building official's office and I requested the lot plans, and the lot plans show, this was submitted with my claim. The lot plans show that the wall actually lies on the property line. It actually goes through the property line. So I understand that and here's that picture. So you could see, I don't know how much you can zoom in, but you could see the wall, and then it up top a little bit where it says wall. And you could see that it goes diagonal through the property line between my property and the basketball court. So I've gone through many lengths to try to do this on my own because the city, denied me. And I got a home equity loan. I hired a contractor who apparently was not licensed, registered, or insured, and stole $14,000 from me. So I went to the, Contractors Registration Licensing Board. I got a hearing. I was awarded the decision. They went to the Attorney General's. I got an arraignment. He didn't show. I now have there's a warrant out for his arrest, but that doesn't mean I'm getting that money back. So now am I not only out 14 grand, now I have to come up with money to fix this wall, or I am in violation. I'm getting, city sent me a violation letter that. So I'm under a lot of pressure, and I don't have the means anymore to even do this. And this is how it looks day after day since July 15th. That's my fence, actually, that, from the wall, from my driveway. I was told that by the building official's office, they would secure the area with a safety, for safety measures. That never happened. It still just sits like that. The day after it happened and all the city officials came out and they were trying to see what they should do about this, the city solicitor called me, Chris Millay, I believe his name is. And he said, I want to help you. I'm going to come out to your house. We're going to meet. Came out to my house the next day. He asked that I do not speak to the media about this and that he's going to try to help me. I told him about a housing rehabilitation program in Cranston, the community development program, that they give you a lower percent on a loan. And I think it's like $5,000 towards the rehab. I said, I'm just over the median for the income threshold. So they said that I wouldn't qualify. He said, I'm going to try to help you with that. I'm also going to try to help you with the Attorney General's. I know the Attorney General. He has not responded to any of my emails. I sent him 3 emails. He hasn't responded to any. I've not heard from him since. So the wall remains like this. It's a public hazard. I don't have the means to fix it. I believe that the city is partially responsible at the very least. And that's what my claim that I'm submitting today for.
Thank you, Ms. Ponias. We cannot answer you right now.
Yep.
So we go in to executive session and we will discuss it.
All right, thank you.
Is there any other public comments? Is there any other public comments on Zoom?
There's no public comment on Zoom.
At this time, we close public comments. We I'm going to ask a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Carey,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Piano,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
At this time, we're gonna go to enter executive session. If you are in the chamber, if you want to wait for the next meeting, we're gonna come back. And after the session. Madam, can we have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
All right, so at this time, I would like to have a motion to seal the minute from the executive session.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas. Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, so we do not have any other matter to discuss in the claim committee. I would like to have a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
The meeting is adjourned.
Okay, the Safety Services and Licenses Committee meeting will start in 5 minutes. Thank you.
She's good at what she does. People like her. Wants to. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it.
Everyone, I'd like to bring the Safety Services and License Committee meeting to order. Today is Monday, September 11th. Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
I'd like to have a motion to approve the July 13th special meeting minutes and the August 7th regular meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to know if anyone in the council chambers has any public comment on any docketed item on the safety services agenda at this time. Would you please step forward? Make sure the green light is on the microphone. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Kenneth A. Nulman, N-U-L-M-A-N. I live at 1000 Chapel View, Unit 313. It has to do with the safety.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
Yes, has to do with the safety of the area abutting the liquor license being given to Ceviche by Divino. And the area itself is extremely dangerous from a pedestrian or vehicle perspective. And I realize that this is a restaurant that is entitled to and dependent on the service of alcohol. And I think that that is necessary for their being there. And I think has to be assumed that that alcohol will be served. But there are inherent issues regarding the area itself. And the issues have to do with the fact that there are numerous stop signs in all directions. And the people are, and speed bumps and very poor lighting. So that and I think that a person who is experienced in public safety on roadways should come out and survey that. There is also in the back of the area, behind the restaurant and to the side and behind it, a dumpster area and some very difficult curves and blockages of vision due to the ramp for parking that goes into the building, the 1000 Chapel View building, and so forth. So in all, I think that something has to be done to, first of all, make certain parking spaces, particularly in the back where there's no visibility coming around the corner. And people often speed because they want to catch the light where they can make a right turn and not be waiting for the light to change and so forth. There's just an aggressive behavior on the people that are driving from the back. Aggressive and the fact that there's poor visibility. So I think that what should be done, as I said, is that somebody who is very professional and understanding of the situation determines whether there should be traffic lights, restricted parking in some areas, or some other things have to be changed, the way the dumpsters stick out, whatever it is. I think this takes somebody who has an understanding of this, and I can see the problem. I experienced the problem because I have a pet small dog and I put him in a baby stroller because he's spoiled rotten. And I take him across there because he has a favorite Copper Beach tree area that he likes to populate. And he goes to Petco all the time. So that's his Disney World. And people come and they stop at the stop sign sometimes. I think they're stopping to let me go. I go through the crosswalk, and as I'm halfway through the crosswalk, I'm almost killed because these people are looking at their cell phone or they're looking at the speed bump to make sure that they don't hit the speed bump or whatever. And in addition to that, because there are so many angles that people are coming, all of which have stop signs, but nobody knows whose train it's going to be next. And being Rhode Island, everybody thinks it's their turn next. So that's the problem. I think it can be done and improved, and I leave it to you to make those decisions.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in council chambers that has any public testimony on any docketed item on the safety services agenda? Is there anyone on Zoom?
There is no public comment.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to close public comment. Next, on the agenda, our committee business matters carried over. First, I'd like to have a motion to take the agenda out of order.
So moved.
Again,
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to have a motion that all matters concerning Spot Bar and Grill be continued to the October Safety Services meeting.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Next, we'd like to, in taking the agenda out of order, the first item would be Top Golf. We have a BV license. You have the public entertainment license, and we also have the victualling license. Okay. All requirements are currently satisfied except for the routing slip for the entertainment license. Is there anyone from Top Golf present?
I'm here, Shanda Burleson.
You can push that microphone.
Shanda Burleson,
Address?
120 Saconaset Cross Road.
Would you please explain to us what's the situation is with the routing slip?
Yes, our chief licensing officer was out today. She thought it had been sent and signed. It will be sent first thing tomorrow morning.
So the routing slip will be in the clerk's hands tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, first thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, at this time, I would like to vote on the three items for Top Golf. First for the BV license. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Donegan?
Thank you, Chairman. So just to clarify, the 3 bullet points, certificate of good standing, food safety manager certificate, alcohol training certificate.
Yes, I'm sorry. Everything has been satisfied that's on the agenda for Top Golf. The only thing that was pending was the routing slip that they're going to have in the clerk's hands tomorrow morning.
Okay, and so would the approval hypothetically this evening, would the motion have to include contingent language that would be contingent upon the receipt of said documentation?
Attorney Videcchia, I'm under the impression we're going to vote on each item separately.
You should vote on each item separately, but so I know the question's going to come up again. The committee, I think, appreciates the position of myself and Attorney Angel when it comes to granting licenses with contingencies or subject to, but we have to have some flexibility. From what I understand, this is something that's already been accomplished. It's simply a matter of physically handing it in. Is that my understanding? then I don't see a problem with it. But yes, please handle them individually.
All right, so the first item, the VV license, all criteria has been satisfied. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion on the BV license? Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Can you explain what do you mean by routing slip? What's a routing slip?
We're not talking about the entertainment license right now. We're talking about just the BV license, the beverage. BV license is a license that you can serve liquor, but you have to serve food. That's the license we're voting on right now, not the entertainment license, which require the routing slip.
You just mentioned earlier routing slip. That's why I'm trying to get a understanding of it. It's
Okay,
for this
let me
one.
explain. We're going to vote on three different things for Topgolf.
I understand those three items that are under section number 3, which are there. Then there's one other item that you said routing. That's not for number 3. That's under the victualizing licensing.
So the routing slip is only under the entertainment license, which we are not
Letter
voting
C.
on right now.
Fine,
Any
I'll- that-
discussion? Yeah, any discussion on the BV license? The BV license is a license to serve liquor, but you have to serve food. Any discussion on that? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yeah.
Council President Marino.
The next item for Topgolf would be the victualling license where all criteria has been satisfied. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion on the victualling license? Council Vice President.
What do you mean by routing slip? That's what's missing, correct? What it needs to be turned in tomorrow. We just had this conversation earlier. Can you just clarify that? I just want to make sure that there was.
We are
Wow,
vote-
why are you raising your eyes like that?
We are voting on the
Asking what a
victualling
routing slip
license right
is.
now.
Okay, but doesn't it say routing slip underneath? Are we in letter C? Public entertainment license?
No, we're not.
Which one are we on then?
The agenda out of order and we're voting on the,
So we skip public entertainment, letter C, and we're going on to D?
yes.
Thank you.
Do we have any discussion on the victualling license where all criteria has been satisfied? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the victualling license for Topgolf.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, now we're going to vote on the public entertainment license for Topgolf. And I'm recommending that we approve this, but not issue it until the clerk has the routing slip in her hands. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve contingent on the routing slip being turned into Madam Clerk.
Second.
Any discussion? Council Vice President. A routing slip is, as far as my conversation with Rose goes, this is the slip that all the departments within the city have to all agree that they're ready to be able to handle the entertainment, the inspections department. You can continue.
Yeah, through the chair. It's basically, the applicant has to go to every department, police, fire, inspections, traffic. They review the plans and what their event or where their plans are and make any suggestions or recommendations if they need to.
Any other discussion? So we're going to vote on approving the entertainment license, but not issuing it until Rose has all the items of the routing slip in her hands. Is everybody clear on that?
So as long as we do that for any other organization and business that's coming before us with that understanding, if it has to do with the routing slip on contingency, absolutely, I agree. In other words, I don't want to treat any organization any different than anyone. I have no objection. I'll be voting in favor of this.
Today I looked into this and I've been assured that this will be in Rosa's hands tomorrow. And if it doesn't end up in her hands, that she's not going to issue the license to them. Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
No.
Okay. Now we're going to continue back to the agenda. Committee business matters carried over. First item on here is Class BV liquor license for Cafeology. Madam Clerk, I'm under the understanding that this is to be continued.
We haven't received the health department file an inspection. I'm not sure if the applicant's present.
Is anyone here from Cafeology? Okay, we haven't received the the Rhode Island Department of Health final inspection, so I'd like to have a motion to continue this.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Next on the agenda was Spot Bar and Grill, which we already voted on. Item after that was Top Golf, which we already voted on. The next item is the expansion of premise for the Red Lounge located at 355 Dyer Avenue. Is there anyone here from that establishment? Madam Clerk, I'd like to, I'm sorry, have you heard from this establishment in the last 30 days?
No, we have not. We did notify them after the last meeting being continued to this evening.
Attorney Videcchia, should we remove this from the agenda?
That is a policy decision for the committee to make. My own opinion, I would remove it.
Okay, may I please have a motion to remove this from the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, the next item I have on here is a victualling license for Merlino's Pizza. On the current agenda, it did say that they needed a Department of Health final inspection, which the clerk's office did receive. So all requirements for the victualling license for Merlino's Pizzeria have been satisfied. Is there anyone here from Merlino's Pizza? Would you please step forward, state your name and address for the record?
Jeffrey Merlino, home address 2325 Cranston Street.
We're neighbors.
Is that right? How'd you make out yesterday? How'd you make out with the flooding yesterday? All right?
Not too bad.
Not
All right, so would you please tell us a little bit about your business and your hours, days of the week, that type of thing?
We plan to be open at least 6 days a week, Tuesday through Sunday, basically 11 a.m. to about 9 p.m. The menu is primarily pizza, but with some pastas, salads, just a primarily takeout as well. We only have about 12 seats in indoors.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion or questions for the applicant from the committee? Councilman Donegan.
Best of luck.
Thank you
and,
very
look-
much.
Look forward to trying it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the victualling license for Merlino's Pizza.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you very much.
See you soon.
Hope so.
All right, next we open public hearings for the following. The first is the auto repair license new for Privileged Performance. Is there anyone here from that establishment at this time? If you please could step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Victor Barrientos from 36. Victor Barrientos. Barrientos. I'm from 36 Vervena Street, Cranston.
If you could just tell us a little bit about your business, your hours, that type of thing?
Planning on being open Monday through Saturday. Monday through Friday will be from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 7:30 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion or questions from for the applicant from the committee or the council? Councilman Donegan?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, best of luck. The only thing that I would mention is in the past, not necessarily that location that's there, but across the street, because of its proximity to a large housing complex, there are times where the shops there, they might have cars parked on the sidewalk. So please just be cognizant of that because there are a lot of elderly folks that do need to use the sidewalks there in order to get across Cranston Street or get down Cranston Street. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, sure. I have a huge parking lot to the left to make sure that everything stays clean. Awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the auto repair license.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Class A liquor license renewals. First is LEV Enterprises. DBA Majestic Liquors. Is there anyone here from that establishment? This is a renewal, so they're not required to be here. Do I have a motion to approve?
To approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on LEV.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Next is RAAV Incorporated DBA Alpine Wine and Spirits. Anybody from that location here? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Next is Ruthfee Incorporated DBA Liquid Assets, 995 Pontiac Avenue. Anybody here from that establishment? Do I have a motion to approve?
To approve.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano, Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, next we have a Class BVL liquor license new for Shake Shack Rhode Island LLC located at 30 Hillside Road. Is there anyone here from that establishment? Just to want to know, a BVL liquor license is a license where you can serve beer and wine only, but you have to serve food also. Do I have a motion to approve?
For the chair, we have not received a certificate of good standing for them.
Oh, you didn't get it today. All right. We have not received it. So may I have a motion to continue?
So moved.
Any discussion?
Just to be clear, the note said the person will be attending via Zoom. I just want to make sure with Tom that there's no.
Oh,
one on
wait a minute.
Zoom.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Council President.
I cannot tell which account is which. If you could ask them if they are online.
Is there anyone
please
on
raise their
Zoom
hand.
from Shake Shack Rhode Island LLC? Please raise your hand. Or press *9 if you're on a cell phone. Give them one more chance. Is there anyone on Zoom from Shake Shack LLC that would press *9 if you're on a cell phone or raise your hand if you're on a laptop?
I see no interaction.
Motion to continue?
What?
You accept, Councilwoman Jermaine made the motion to continue. I'll second for discussion.
Any discussion? Councilman Campo Piano.
Oh, do they need a certificate of good standing to be open? Or is it, they just need it for this one for the liquor license?
Madam Clerk? What Councilman Campo Piano is asking is the certificate of good standing, was that for them to open the business, or is that for them to be able to serve the
That is-
beer and wine?
That is one of the requirements that they need, division taxation clearance. That's what that is.
They don't need one to serve food, just to serve liquor.
Okay. So we do have a motion to continue. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote to continue this.
Councilman Ferry?
Yeah.
Councilman Don?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan?
Yes.
Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas? Council President Marino?
Yes.
Next, we have Class BV liquor license, New Dos Mundos Restaurant. Madam Clerk, did they supply you with the certificate of good standing?
No, I don't have it. I'm not sure if they're here tonight.
Okay, would you please step forward, state your name and address for the record?
Yep, it's Nari Vaughn, 1 Starline Way, Cranston, Rhode Island. And as in Nancy, ARY, last name Vaughn, V as in Victor, ANN. You're welcome.
It says here that your certificate of good standing has not been submitted to the clerk's office, so
I had spoken to Jason from the office. He said that he had reached out to Brittany downstairs. It's already in the approval process. He said he would make it by 4:30 today. I don't know if he sent anything over to you, but it was in the email. She said that the clerks were alerted already.
she hasn't received it.
I do have the email from Brittany and also from Jason from the taxation place if you need it.
I don't know what that email, is it a
It's
clearance?
for the certificate of outstanding.
Correct, but is it a certificate, is it clearing your taxes or what is the email? I don't know what the email is.
It's clearing the taxes that
I'd have to
everything is
look
all
at it.
set.
I'm not sure.
Okay, when did you plan on opening?
We are already open. We're just,
Trying to get the
With-
BV license?
yes.
I'd like to recommend that we approve the license, but not issue the license until Rose has the certificate of good standing in her hands.
I'll make that motion.
Well, I need motion,
I'll make the motion to approve the liquor license contingent that the certificate of good standing is given to Madam Clerk and meets her satisfaction.
Second.
any discussion?
We've had this issue come up before, as much as we'd be eager to see this, business move forward in the way that you would like to move forward with the liquor. Until we have all the documentation in hand, I can't be in favor of this even, with the assurance that it was given. If the clerk can't confirm and we don't have it, then they're not in proper standing to have the license, as a compromise. We could do a 6:45 at the full council meeting, or something along those lines. But I'm not gonna be in favor of it. I can't speak for others. Thanks, unfortunately.
Through the
Any
chair-
other discussion?
Through the chair. I just
I'm
want to
sorry.
point out that if this was approved this evening and she does have the certificate of good standing in the morning, it still would not be able to be issued till after the council meeting. It'd have to go back to the full council because we're over the cap. So this would have to be approved by the full council at the end of the month. You still wouldn't be able to get her license till after the council meeting.
Gotcha. So the subject to second approval by the full, in other words, by the full council. Yeah. All right, as long as legal counsel wants to give his 2 cents, if he thinks that's okay and not setting a bad precedence, I'd be okay with it.
As you know, we've been consistent, the legal department, both myself, Attorney Angel. You know, as much as we would love to be flexible, it just doesn't work, practically speaking. If they don't have the certificate of good standing, if they don't have every document that's required, we really should not be granting these subject to contingencies.
Councilman Paplaskas?
Thank you. You know, I agree with what Councilman Videcki is saying, but I also appreciate the flexibility of the chairman when it comes to this. I'll vote in favor of sending this to the full council only because we have that one more check and balance for us as a body. So at that time, at the full council meeting, if we still don't have that certificate of good standing, I don't think the council would pass it. And, you know, I don't know what would happen, but that's what I would think might happen. So I'm fine with sending this on to the full council. Because there is one more check and balance by the committee and the council. Thanks.
Councilman Campo Piano?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Should we do the same thing for Shake Shack? Or we just,
So this is an exception only because we're over the cap on the Class B. So once we're over the cap, it goes to safety services and then it goes an extra step to have the full council approval. That's why this, even if it was approved this evening, subject to the certificate being provided in the morning, it still would not be able to be issued till after the council meeting in September.
so we can do both things at the council meeting? So we can accept it and approve it at the council meeting at the end of the month.
I would defer to the solicitor, or you could have a special safety services right before the council meeting.
If you have to follow the procedure, it has to go to committee first, whether it's 5 minutes before the council meeting or 5 weeks before the council meeting, it has to go to committee first. Then it would go to the full council. So you would have to have something just before the meeting.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Councilman Ferry. I'm aware I don't have a vote tonight, but I would agree with Council President Marino that if we had a special meeting 15 minutes before, that would kind of satisfy everything. No one has to come super early. And then maybe Shake Shack, who's in a similar situation, but does not need the full council meeting for approval, could also have the opportunity to come then and everyone could get their licenses. I think that's the best way. Thank you.
Okay, so to explain to you what's happening here, you would have to wait till the full council meeting anyways to get the license. So if you have all the information done and to the clerk by then, we're going to have a special meeting 15 minutes before the council meeting to approve what we're talking about right now. And then we would vote on it at the council meeting. So you would still get it at the same time you would have got it anyways, but we're not going to approve anything tonight because technically we're not supposed to.
And that's Jonathan Vasquez, 43 Winston Street, East Providence, Rhode Island. And that's 2 weeks from now, on the 25th.
Fourth Monday of the month.
Okay.
All right. So it'll still happen on the same day it would have happened, but we're not going to approve anything tonight.
And that's all we're missing at this point.
The certificate of good standing.
Okay.
Which
All right.
means you're going to clear your taxes.
I mean, they're clear, but I get what you're saying. Trust me, the frustration of going back and forth, I'm not gonna take it and explain that.
We're trying to be as pro-business as we can right now, but we have legal limitations too.
No, I understand. We understand.
Right.
I appreciate it.
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my motion.
Motion's withdrawn. So I have to have a motion to continue this?
Motion to continue to September 25th for the next safety services special session.
Second. Any discussion on that? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, next is Van Guarida LLC DBA Chivaces by Divino. Somebody want Civice. All right, on the agenda, it says that they needed a certificate of good standing and a Rhode Island Department of Health final inspection, but both of those were received by the clerk's office. as of today. Is there anyone here from that establishment? Yes, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, Ali Quero, 125 Clifford Street, Providence, apartment 625. Moving back to Cranston next year. Of course, Quero. Pleasure.
Okay. Please tell us a little bit about your business, your hours, et cetera.
Of course, we are an upscale casual Peruvian tapas, ceviches, and Peruvian items gastropub with an industrial vibe, relaxed atmosphere. There is a location of our concept in the jewelry district of Providence, Rhode Island, and we're excited to bring it to Cranston and be successful with this.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
Approved.
Second.
Through the chair, it should be approved, recommendation for the full council, because this is over the cap also.
Okay, so if we approve this tonight, it still has to go before the full council on the 25th. Was it the 21st? What was the date? 25th. Okay, any questions or discussion from the council? Council Vice President.
Thank you. I know Ali for quite some time during his times at Los Andes and obviously at the Ceviche by Divino as well in the Providence Jewelry District. Clearly a fine sommelier as well. And I appreciate the fact that you have highly considered and are coming into the city. If this is approved into the city of Cranston, it definitely would be an asset as we celebrate tomorrow's 12th. I think it is Pisco Sour Day tomorrow as well. And so I'm actually very excited about this business coming into the city, particularly Chapel Grill, where it could actually provide some very well needed diversity in our city, particularly in that location as well. I didn't hear your response in terms of your time, if you don't mind kind of just going over your hours again of operation.
Thank you for kind words, Councilmember Vargas. Yeah, so we'll open from 12 to 9 every day. Yes, my pleasure.
Council President.
I just had a question through the chair for the clerk. The certificate of good standing, is that also outstanding here or was that submitted?
No, they've satisfied
Okay,
the health department and certificate. of
Okay,
standing.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
I was just gonna say good luck. It
Oh.
was just not just the question, but good luck.
That's all right.
Thank you, President.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Sir, so you understand that this will go for a full vote on the council on the 25th.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Class BV liquor license renewals. These are all here because they are advertised to the public for public hearing. I'd like to have a motion to take all the Class BV liquor license renewals on the agenda as a block.
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on taking this as a block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
May I have a motion to approve the block?
So moved.
second,
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on approving the block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, next we have new matters before the committee. First is a private detective license, a new private detective license for Michael Rosa. Is Michael Rosa present? Would you please state your name, address for the record, and just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Good evening. My name is Michael Rosa, ROSA, 34 McIntosh Drive in Cranston. I retired from the Rhode Island State Police approximately 25 years ago, of which I served honorably. I always held myself to, as far as my character, a high degree of honesty and integrity. which would allow me, and I conducted numerous investigations on the state police, during my tenure of 25 years. And which actually gave me a nice foundation to conduct these various investigations, of which a private investigation conducts, such as civil and as well as criminal. I think I'm open to any questions.
May I have a motion to approve? Now we can ask you questions. Any discussion or questions from the council? No questions, no comments? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, I may have made an error here. We voted on the Class BV liquor licenses as a block. That did not include Class D or Class J liquor licenses. Would they have to be separate, or could they have been included in that block?
They were not included.
Okay, so I have to go back to that. I'm sorry. Next, we have Class D liquor license renewals. There are two here. I'd like to have a motion to approve Alpine Country Club.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on Alpine Country Club.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Next, we have the Rhode Island. I have no idea how to pronounce that. What is it? It's Irish. Select CEILIDHE Club, located at 50 America Street. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the Rhode Island Kaledi Club.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Next, we have a Class J liquor license renewal for Roads on the Patuxent. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, vote on the Roads on the Patuxent.
Councilman Ferry, Councilman
Yes.
Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, next we have a temporary mass gathering license for Hay 19 Tribute located at Mulligan's Island. Is anybody here from Mulligan's Island? Anybody on Zoom from Mulligan's Island? This is for September 17th, 2023. Rain date October 1st, 2023. Do I have a motion to approve? Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Next, we have three victualling licenses new. First is 505 Fusion located at 39 Phoenix Avenue. Is anybody here from that establishment? Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Gintana James, first name spelled Jintana. And my address is 3 Ashley Street, Cranston, Rhode Island.
If you could please tell us a little bit about your business, your hours, et cetera.
Sure. We're open to prep Thai and Laotian meals on 39 Phoenix Avenue, Suite 6. We're a commissary kitchen using Spanglish empanadas. We will be making spring rolls, fresh spring rolls, papaya salad, pad thais, lychee lemonades. And we're open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, usually for pickup hours, dinner hours, and then Sunday mornings.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion or questions for the applicant from the council? We're good. Council Vice President.
Just hours of operations, please.
We're open on, for pickup orders would be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that would be between, the pickup hours are after 5 PM to 9 PM and Sunday mornings from 9 to 11 AMs. Thank you.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, next we have Sticky's Diner on Elmwood Avenue. Is anybody here from that establishment? Did I say it right? Stikey's. Please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph Abruzzi, 674 Oakland Beach Avenue, Warwick.
Just tell us your hours, type of
It's,
business, et
It's been an
cetera.
existing business for 33 years, 7 AM to 3 PM to start off anyway. A lot of curiosity about opening up a little bit later for dinner, but we may get to that someday. And it's a New York system, one of the few left in Rhode Island. Wieners, hamburgers, different things like that.
Any questions or discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Do we have a motion?
I'm sorry. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Thank
Good
you.
luck, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have the victualling license for Van Guadrida, which we already voted on the BV license. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Okay, we have Block 12, license renewals before the committee. I'd like to have a motion to take all the license renewals as a block.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on Block 12, all license renewals before the committee.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to have a motion to approve the block.
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on approving the block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, we're almost done. Next is monthly schedules. I'd like to have a motion to sorry. What's wrong? I'm right? I'm good. Monthly schedules, Roads on the Patuxent and Historic Park Theater. May I have a motion to enter these events into the record?
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on entering those into record.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Next, just licenses that are issued administratively. We have none. And we have no communications, and therefore, may I please have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Donegan, would you like to in finance meeting in 5 minutes?
Yes, we'll start the finance committee meeting at 7:40.
Thank you, everyone.
Kaleda, is it Tom, this is working, right? The microphone, okay. Everyone, at this time, we're going to call the September Finance Committee to order. Thank you. At this time, clerk, if you could please take a roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine. Present. Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Present.
At this time, we'll entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the August 7th meeting.
So moved.
Second,
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
So before we take public comment this evening on any docketed matters, there are 3 items that are carried over from previous months. So we'll discuss those 3 matters. Then we'll open it up to public comment, both in person and anyone joining virtually before we discuss any new matters. Carried over from June was a conversation and update on school building construction. I do see Mr. Collins here from the school department. If you would like to share with us any updates.
Sure. Edward Collins, Director of Facilities and Capital Improvement Projects with Cranston Public Schools. So just a quick recap of what we've been doing. So Cranston East project, which was the roof and window replacement, that project is complete. The amount needed to be borrowed or bonded for that was a little under 600,000. The amount that the city has to repay on that is 154,000. All these projects were reimbursed at 74%. When we first started this, we talked about 69. We got a little creative. We got 74 back. Cranston West Security and Fire Alarm System, $3.8 million borrowed or bonded. Of that, the city is responsible to pay back $976,000 of that. That project is pretty much complete. We're waiting for some bulletproof glass and then it'll be complete. We're in a punch list and commissioning stage with that. Eden Park Phase 2, again, total amount that needed to be borrowed or bonded was a little over $14 million. The amount the city had to cover to pay back that was only $3.5 million. So we got a $14 million renovation for $3.5 million. Again, that project is pretty much complete, but we're in punch list and commissioning stage. Garden City, right? Garden City, full cost, $54 million. 6 million of that was covered by ESSER or COVID money, which left $48.6 million, which needed to be borrowed or bonded by the city of Cranston. Of that, the city is only responsible to pay back $12 million of that. So again, all those projects, we got a 74 reimbursement rate on that. Before I go into Eden Park Phase 3 in Gladstone, does anyone have any questions on the projects that have pretty much been completed or already seeking reimbursement for?
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for being here. So phase 2 for Eden Park still in pause, or do we have something? Phase 3, sorry, phase 3 still in pause, or we figured out something as of now? I know there were some discussion between the lawyers and how we discuss about what the city lawyers and what your lawyers did, where we are right now.
All right, I'm gonna, if we can close up the other projects, I'm gonna get into Eden Park Phase 3 in Gladstone, where we are with that. So we good to move on, President? Okay, so Eden Park Phase 3, the money we need for that is $14 million. There has been nothing secured. I know there's conversations going back and forth, but there's been nothing secured or no direct path on how to get that. Gladstone, we've always had a target price of $83 million, of which after reimbursement, the city would only be responsible to pay $21 million for a brand new elementary school, but it's $83 million. Presently, right now, the city in approved money is about $77 million. In actually cash on hand is $79 million. And the difference of the $2 million is just the amount that the school department has chipped in. So it's a little higher than what the reimbursement is. We presently filled out a new stage 1. That's been approved. We need to go for stage 2 for, at the bare minimum, to get a time extension of Eden Park. The extra funds, the approval for the extra funds needed for Gladstone to get it up to the 83 and a time extension for that. There's a deadline with that, meaning we need to submit that stage 2 by February. The other little deadline that's happening right now is where our base rate of reimbursement is 54%. We're able to get another 20% in reimbursement categories. Those are coming off in June of 24, and there's no guarantee that the legislation is going to vote them back in. So June of 24, we might be back down to 54%. So there's a window of opportunity right now for every $10 million that the city puts towards the schools. The state is going to cover $7.4 million of that. That window is going to start closing. So while I can stand here and tell you we need 14 million for Eden Park, we could use another, I know I normally said 2 or 3 million for Gladstone, but it's kind of like 5 or 6 because we took some more reimbursements off the clock, off the agenda, and brought that number down a little bit for the money the city put in. And honestly, could use a little breathing room with that till we got the site done. That would be the bare minimum of the 14 and the 6, maybe about 20. But I would tell you that the schools need hundreds of $millions worth of work. And I'm not standing here asking or thinking that that's going to happen. What I am standing here saying is there's a window right now for the city of Cranston to get reimbursed 74 cents on every dollar it spends. That window is going to be closing. So I think maybe instead of just thinking what we need is a bare minimum, maybe what's palatable for the city right now to invest into the schools and take advantage of that reimbursement rate, because it's not going to be here for them.
Mr. Collins, so the window of opportunity to get the 74% reimbursement is closing, correct?
It ends in June of 24, which means we would have to submit stage 2. We would have to have all the projects, signed contracts, everything approved by RIDE before that to get reimbursed for that. At that point, there's no guarantee whether the state is going to reclassify them or just take them away.
So just for the public, the audience, the committee, if the city were to not take advantage of this, we could hypothetically end up paying more for
Absolutely.
the same work if we don't take advantage and acts and move now.
Absolutely. You're losing 20%. So 20% of every $1 million, that's kind of what's you're leaving on the table. Absolutely.
What do you need, outside of money, which I know is needed?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you need?
Well, we need to kind of at least come up with an agreement of what we want out of this new stage 1 and stage 2 application. We need to be able to go to RIDE with saying, okay, the city is proposing doing another bond for X amount of dollars. That X is the big question. What is that going to be? If we knew that, then we could move forward with that and submit everything, get approved, and whether it went on a referendum in April, I don't know that part of it, but that's what we need right now. And if we don't really have some type of direction by the end of September, early October, we're not going to have the time to get it done. And therefore, we're going to be left with just asking for a time extension for Eden Park and a few dollars to kind of make up the difference with Gladstone, and that'll be it, and that'll close. If we even get to that point, which is going to require more money. I want to go back, and I know I've said this numerous times. In 2018, when we were creating estimates for this, the construction cost per square foot was $440, $450 a square foot. Those numbers do not exist anymore. We did Garden City for $600 a square foot. And we did Garden City when COVID first started, meaning you couldn't even go down the street and buy a hamburger because everything was in lockdown. And we were buying steel, concrete, shipping construction materials. And I cannot tell you how difficult that was. I will tell you right now, the cost square foot from a lot of the schools going out and coming back across the state is closer to $700 a square foot. And that's kind of why we are where we are right now. But what we do is we maximize our reimbursement rate. We take full benefit of that to the point where, you know, the city just got a check for $340,000 because we submitted for a classroom energy system on a project that was 3 years old. And we got that. So we're constantly looking for more ways to get maximum reimbursement. I just wanted to go back to that.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Does anyone, I see Council Vice President Vargas with their hand up.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Question for you. I think last time yourself and the superintendent were here, there was a request coming in to the administration. I don't think there was like eye to eye that night, right?
Yeah.
Is that still the case? What do you need from the actual administration, if anything, other than what you need from us as a council?
I think that's kind of been thrown back and forth enough to the point where the two sides don't agree. But from my standpoint, I'm just looking to try to get some funding to continue what we're doing. Now, exactly where that comes from, I wouldn't have the answer to that. Mr. Zadelis or the mayor, or actually this board would have to have the answer for that. I'm just saying at the bare minimum, it's like 20, but I think we really need to stress to take full advantage of that reimbursement rate and get the most out of it. Look, at the repairs to the buildings, they're going to have to be done. We're not going to avoid that. Now, the question is, do we take advantage of a window with a maximum reimbursement, or we just kind of kick this down the road a little bit where it's going to cost more?
And that's the answer that you need by, I think, February 2023, correct? In terms of
Well,
the extra
we
funds
need,
needed for the
we
deadline?
would need direction. We would need direction as to, okay, there's an agreement that this is what the city is going to look to procure. Then we could move forward with that and at least get that blanket covered with RIDE. Now, if something happened that didn't go through, okay. But if it happened, we need that blanket there. We need the approval process to make sure if that monies or those monies did come in, we had approval for it and we could get reimbursed for it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Zadelis.
If I may, to answer the councilor's question, as late as last week, Mr. Collins and I were talking about the math on all the projects, including in, not to spot Mr. Collins, the percentages he's projecting are just the principal. not the interest. So in terms of what we're paying, so we are trying to work cooperative with the school department. In the 800-pound elephant in the room is Gladstone that we're trying to work through to see where we're going to end up on that project. I would envision, the conversations that are going back between this building and the school department. The schools will be a topic in this upcoming CIP. So that's one thing that's going back and forth, whether it be most likely, if it's going to move forward, it will require an additional referendum approved by the voters to fund schools. So, and I think we
Fair
both.
enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So, yes, we are working on it collectively, and it's been a little while because they're doing a lot of work as we speak with RIDE and as Mr. Collins said, to maximize the city's reimbursement through the RIDE program.
Can I just add a follow-up to that? Thank you, Director. And so I may be getting a little bit too ahead of myself on here, and if I am, that's fine. I can table that for another discussion at another time. If we were to go out for referendum, hypothetically, let's assume we were, it would not necessarily have to solely be only for the project on these schools that we need additional funding, but it could be potentially,
We
right?
start showing
Even our
everyone Garden,
buildings, our city buildings.
when we start showing everyone Garden City, the first reaction is, okay, how about my school? Yeah, no, great question. And here's how that would go down. We would take the money we needed for Eden Park and Gladstone and put that aside. Whatever was left over, I would come in front of you with a menu. Here's a new selection more of these projects. This is the cost and this is the priority level. Then it would be up to the elected officials, yourself, school committee, mayor, officers, to decide on what projects get done and what don't. My job would just to be to give you the menu. Here you are. This is what we can do for how much, and this is kind of the priority level. But that's how that would go down.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next. Councilwoman Jermaine.
So from what I heard is it's proposed another bond to have this money. So who should be running that? Is it from the school department or the mayor or the council? How this process work? And I know it has to go also before the state.
Yeah.
The state, and we have a really short window
Absolutely.
for that happen. So if we want to go on that path, how do we, where do we start right now and how the process will be?
I think what needs to happen is the elected officials in the city of Cranston need to get together and decide on what that's going to be collectively. And along with the mayor's department, Mr. Zazelis, on how that rolls out. That's kind of where that conversation needs to start right now. That's where it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Zadelis.
Through the chair to the counselor, the direction that I am looking internally, and I by no means am I making this about the money, but it's our ability to repay bonds and the timing of the bonds. So the one thing I wish I could say, let's take Eden Park, $14 million is going to potentially cost us X. But we've got to be prepared, even with the RIDE reimbursement, what we're potentially willing to pay prospectively and make educated choices. So the one thing I'll just say, we took the proceeds, we rolled our notes on the premise a year from now, interest rates will be lower than what they are now. And I firmly believe that's the case. That being said, for the $85 million, we'll pay less to construct these schools. There's nothing we can do about the
No.
actual construction cost that Ms. Collins was referring to. The only thing that's in our purview right now is how do we manage the debt to get the lowest cost of capital? That's what we're doing. That's what we're rolling with to figure out how much these schools are going to cost the fair city of Cranston at the 74%. So it's a work in progress, and
Absolutely. It comes down to what's palatable or what can the city handle? You're absolutely right, absolutely correct. And that's a conversation that's on that side of the table right now, not on mine.
yeah, in suffice it to say, we talk 4 or 5 times a month with
On a good month, yeah.
so yeah, it's not something where objecting. I may raise my voice at times, but yeah, we're all working collectively.
No,
And I throw some superlatives out, Counselor, but yeah, we're all working to get the most improvements for the schools, man.
So we try to make ourselves available on that zoning boards, purchasing boards, planning boards, finance committee, purchasing board, school committee, building committee. I will go wherever needed to kind of tell you what we're doing, and I hope we're doing our best to get the message across. And then Mr. Giselle is right. There's conversations that happen weekly, sometimes daily, sometimes a few times a day also about what's going on.
I understand how cautious you are about that, so you don't want to have this weight so skyrocketed. But at the same time, phase 3 needs to be done.
Yeah.
So he has to be done. And Mr. Collins says there is a window opportunity right now that we can take advantage of.
Okay.
So as I understand what you say, but we are at this point where we need this to be done. So how long we gonna keep, this part of Eden Park school for how long? So I understand you want to be cautious. You want to be fiscally responsible, but we have an urgency as well. So
if I may, Counselor, I'm going to use a term that I hope we collectively can embrace. It's measured risk. Yes, I see one thing from someone in a former life, and I was just speaking with Ed, different set of circumstances in Massachusetts, but in a former life, we built $850 to $900 million worth of schools. I see the importance of schools, but once again, it's the ability to repay our obligation. That's what we are working collectively. Back to your point, yes, there is a need, a demonstrated need, but at what cost? Are we going to pay additional debt service at the cost of some public service that we offer? Are we going to take it out of a department and pay debt? That's what we're working on. And it's not one or the other. It's making conscious decisions using the principle of measured risk, Council. So we are working on it. I will say, like I will reiterate, no, this is something that most likely will come forth with next year's capital plan.
thank you.
I'm sorry, we can go through stage 1 and stage 2, but when we're doing this, RIDE is going to want to know the funding source.
That's,
So whether it be on a referendum in April or it's coming in the June, July new CIP budget and everything, that's going to be crucial for us to get approved. They're going to want to know the funding source. They're going to want to know how much, and they're going to want to know what projects fall underneath that. It's not like you need money in hand. We just need to know what the
plan
process
is.
would be. Yeah.
Director Zadelis, so that we can kind of make an as well-informed decision on this going forward. Would it be possible, I'm hearing, the figure, 20 million. If we were to bond for 20 million, what would the subsequent debt service be on that in years to come? But also if we could compare that to what is our current debt service, and is there anything that's going to be coming off the books that might negate some of that additional debt service. So that way, you know, if we're gonna be paying, and I'm just saying numbers, $10 on debt service for this, but if $8 is coming off, then it's really just a net increase of $2.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, if I just may, what we can get you is an estimate of what the net debt, net of ride is for the schools in the context of our existing debt service. And just one thing I'll say right now, we're having conversations and, you know, we're sitting there focusing on a very important priority schools, which I will state is a very important, you know, priority to property values and the residents and children in Cranston. The other thing we have to view it in the context of is other capital improvements, because we're talking specifically about schools. You know, we're doing road work, we're doing, so if I just may, we'll give you the debt service that you're asking for in the context of other things that, you know, we already have in the works, but it will be in the context of what debt service is, you know, I'll say being redeemed and makes an available appropriation for other schools. Yes, we can do that, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Thank you, Mr.
you so
Fallon.
much.
Thank you, Director Stedelis. For informational purposes, someone from RIDE had reached out. They are going to be in attendance at our next meeting to give their perspective of funding going forward.
And that's welcome, Mr. Chairman.
Under Director Stedelis, I don't want to. The next item is the liability policy. This was continued from August.
Now, I do not have the quote, but I'm just telling you, when it comes to you, the second part that no one's talking about is how are we as a city going to do a cost benefit analysis? So in addition to getting a quote, we are going back with 5 years worth of claims experience, 5 years worth of legal costs associated with the claims experience, and then taking all of our suits that we have on the books right now and trying to estimate going forward. And I am for this council, the outlier, which was the one suit that precipitated this conversation. I am not seeing anything in the last 5 years, so I'm referring to that as an outlier. We were struck by lightning, for no better term, you know, my analogy. I'm taking what our liability has been for claims, so we have something to base a quote to. And it just, you can't look at one without the other. And yeah, going back 5 years is difficult, and ensuring we have all of our existing suits is becoming more challenging, but we're there with the assistance of the law department. So, and if I just may, Mr. Chairman, with somebody more educated than I'll refer to the council president. Lawyers can be very good in assessing what a potential claim is. That's the other thing. So we're going to get an inventory of the suits with somebody much brighter than I coming in with a potential claim amount for every suit, sir.
When do you think we'll have an actual quote?
I'm going to say your next meeting, and if you don't mind, because that's the detail that's really taken up. If you can, you know, hold that, and at some point in time, this is going to be something well before the budget. We will have a decision, which direction we go in, you know, in the analogy I was using, Mr. Chairman, is, and I'll use my house analogy. I paid for property insurance for well over 30 years. And, I've been very fortunate. We have never had a claim on our house insurance. So at times, it's a peace of mind having insurance, but managing lawsuits is a lot of work, but you can accomplish the same desired outcome just in managing cases. And that's what I hope to show you, because everything I've seen, in terms of this insurance, it's commonplace in communities that don't have a law department and litigators, not so much in the cities, but yes, we can have a robust discussion on the avenue of this, and it should be incorporated one way or another, in the mayor's recommended FY25 budget, sir.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate your work on this. Council Vice President.
And again, on the exploration of the liability policy for the city, is that just within the city overall, or are we also looking at, are you looking at liability insurance, or insurance overall as well for the IT department as well? Like, are we insured on that end as well in terms of like the self-insured cover that part?
Okay, no. So to answer your question, something as cybersecurity, as an example, no, we're not, but that's why, I don't know if you noticed the length and the breadth that our IT people have done in terms of protecting our systems. And if you really focus on that, the financial systems that we have is where we're most exposed. If we can't collect tax money or we can't pay an employee, that's where you get held hostage. The extent that they have the checks and balances that they being our IT department have put into place, something as simple as running a report, we have to go through 3 sets of security protocols. So I have to admit, Ms. Grungio and her staff have really tightened up our financial system. Also, she's, very extensive in terms of phishing in conjunction with the state. The one area that is not under us is police and fire are not under them. I don't know what direction, or the schools, yes, ma'am. I don't know if that, the city made a conscious decision, but the applications that aren't under finance and IT are those that we would be exposed to. And, we can work with them to, to strengthen their protocols. But it would have to be, with their approval.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I'm glad our IT department's working hard on that. But yeah, I just wanted to ask that question in terms of the insurance overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. With no other discussion, we're going to move on to the another matter carried over this evening. It is ordinance 2-2307, ordinance and amendment of Title III of the Code of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Revenue and Finance, Chapter 3.97, 15 years Economic Development Tax Incentive Program for property located at 661 Park Avenue and 271 Doric Avenue, Tax Stabilization Agreement. This is sponsored by Councilman Ferry, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Renzulli. This is most recently continued in August. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I thought we had asked to continue this to November. A motion to continue this to November.
Second.
Are you, Councilwoman Jermaine, you've withdrawn your motion?
So remove.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano. Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas. Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, that is continued. We're about to go to public comment. We will start with in person, then we'll go to online. Clerk, if we could, those two matters, school building construction update and the exploration of liability policy, if we could just note to have those placed on the agenda for October as well. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up public comment for any docketed matters. This is for docketed matters only. If you'd like to speak, you have the opportunity. Please come up, state your name and address for the record.
Sam Brusco, 11 Alhambra Circle. Is this the appropriate time to talk about the Budlong Pool?
Mr. Brusco, it is, but the only matter we have on the docket this evening.
What'd I do?
No, I think we're all getting a flood warning notification as we're here.
Okay. I turned my phone off.
The only matter that is on the docket this evening related to the Budlong Pool is the resolution. So just
okay.
for comments to be limited to the resolution.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The comments this evening from the public on docketed matters should be limited to the subject of the resolution.
And the resolution has not been read yet. Is that correct?
The resolution is posted on the agenda pursuant to open meetings.
Okay, I'll go look at that.
Okay. You will absolutely have your opportunity to come back up if you wish.
Erin Rosenberg, 46 Bow Street. Yes, 46 Bow Street.
I'm sorry, 46.
Bow, B-O-W Street, no problem. Could you put the slide up? So I mainly wanted to thank the counselors who introduced this resolution and urge people to pass it. I just wanted to point out, I took the diagram of the $7,000 pool plan and showed what it would look like if 466 people were in the pool. That's what the maximum pool capacity regulations would allow. It's not necessarily what people would really want to have the pool look like. That's just something that I think people need to think about. So I just wanted to say that Cranston residents deserve a transparent, evidence-based debate about the options for the Budlong Pool. They can't have that debate if the council and the public don't have all the facts necessary to understand and weigh the options. The way the process has been handled, misrepresenting the Federal Hill Group report's findings, having another evaluation done only after a plan to demolish the pool and replace it with a small pool was already made, not being willing to hold a workshop with the council so that they could ask questions about the condition of the pool, about all the options and the pros and cons of each, not providing a detailed breakdown of repair costs. This is how you end up with a lack of public credibility in decisions. I understand that the administration may point fingers and say that pausing to have such a process will delay Cranston getting its pool back. No, the administration is responsible for the delay because it had conducted a process like this in the first place. We probably wouldn't be in this place 2.5 years after they came into office, with the pool sitting empty for now 3 summers since the pandemic. So the bottom line is that a transparent debate is good and necessary and important. And if the most reasonable decision is to build a new pool, so be it. If the people feel they have heard reliable facts and they understand the rationale, they can accept it. If that's the case, it will be important that the residents also have a voice in what the pool looks like. How many people have historically used the pool? Were there 350 individual pass holders, or were these family passes representing potentially 3 or 4 times that many users? Does the city limit, or did the city limit the number of people allowed in the pool to less than the maximum number allowable under national pool standards? What was the number the city did allow, and what was the basis for that number? How many more people would want to use the pool if the city was promoting it and people all over the city knew about the pool? What kind of pool will serve the needs of diversely aged users? There needs to be a discussion about the value the pool delivers to the community. A safe, healthy place for teens to socialize, a place where residents learn life-saving skills of swimming, a place where high school and college aged residents can get a job and marketable lifeguard skills and experience, a place where the children of working families can go through the city's summer camp, a place where seniors could be doing water aerobics. Could the city do a fund drive or use corporate sponsorships to raise money if it's not all coverable in the city budget? A public pool big enough to accommodate all of these uses gives so much value to the city, it is worth every penny. That's the process the people of the city deserve, and I deeply appreciate the council recognizing this. I hope everyone can come together in good faith to have a process and a result we can all be proud of.
Is there any other public comment?
Yes. Section. Sam Brusco, 11 Alhambra Circle. So basically, I just wanted to quote a true artist, philosopher of our time, Vanija Ise, who said, "Stop, collaborate, and listen." Because it just does not seem like the mayor has done any of that. Yes, he put a lot of effort into what he has come out with, but I still don't see the popularity of it, i.e. nobody wants it. And we're talking about spending upwards of $4 million for the first phase. And I just want him to slow down, listen to people, and above all, do not bring a bulldozer down to Aqueduct Road next month, because once that happens, it's done. You can't unring that bell. Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Wojcik, 11 Hall Place, Cranston. Wojcik, W-O-J-I-C-K. You're welcome. Okay. I wish I could go up. Again, this has really been an unfortunate experience in many ways, but I hope that a lot of learning can take place through this process and that we can avoid this kind of upheaval and delays going forth in the future on any plans. I want to thank the council for stepping up and putting forth this resolution. I want to make a comment on the last paragraph. I heard at a public hearing that this might be political. From my perspective and the people that I've talked to, this is not a political process. This is a process that came about because residents didn't feel that they were being taken seriously, that they were being respected, that they were being listened to. Now, maybe that's the most important thing about politics, is respect and listening to. But this is not a political process. This is a caring process. This is something to make Cranston a better city for everyone. Also, again, I appreciate this. In the last statement, is it a resolution? Yes. It says, the Honorable Cranston City Council urges Mayor Hopkins and his administration to seek a plan to utilize the approved $4 million of American Rescue Plan Act's funds to maintain the current size of the historic Budlong Pool. Everybody I've talked to, we're not saying that we have to have the exact 22,000 square feet. If an architect or engineers can show us that 18,000 works, that you can accommodate the kinds of services, the kind of swimming and instruction, we're open to that. But we know that 7,000 won't cut it. But we're not making an insistence that it has to be exactly the same pool at 22,000 square feet. If 18,000 or 16,000 can work, we're open to that. I mean, part of this started because we felt it was a waste of money that was going on. We're not here to waste money and to just recreate the old. We're very open to this, but we need to be informed. It needs to be transparent. We need to be respected. We need to be listened to. And that's the most important thing. We want to create something that works for everyone, not just for the administration and not just for the residents, but we want it to work for everyone. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment from members of the audience in person?
Good evening, Ramsey Davis, 58 Fordson Avenue in Cranston, a resident since 1980s. I'm speaking tonight briefly, just to say that I support the resolution. I read it when it initially came out. And my only question is there a date limit by which time the information has to be resolved? I'm just afraid if there isn't a limiting date that this could also drag on extensively. That's all. Thank you.
All right, last opportunity for anyone in the public this evening that wishes to speak. Tom, is there anyone online that has raised their hand to speak?
Seeing no public comment, a reminder that they do need to raise their hand, use the raise hand function in Zoom, or dial *9 if on a phone. I see no public comment.
At this time, we will close public comment. Before us, there are no new ordinances before us this evening. Under Section B, we do have a resolution. Resolution to save Budlong Pool, sponsored by myself, Council President Marino, Councilman Ferry, Councilwoman Jermaine, Council Vice President Vargas. At this time, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Just, excuse me, is there any discussion? Councilman Ferry.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak. This has been obviously a very emotional topic. And I want to speak on the resolution. I think that everyone involved in this process needs to take a step back and a deep breath. And I've realized one thing for sure, that we all can't have what we want. Not the mayor, not Robert Ferry, not Councilwoman Jermaine, no one on the council, all the pool advocates that have worked tirelessly to knock some sense into everyone's heads. We all can't have what we want. And if anybody wants to sit here and say that you can, then they're just not trying to cooperate. We all do want one thing. We want a pool. So here I propose with this resolution to make a few changes to it. This is what I'm asking. And I don't want it to be Robert Ferry asking this. I want it to be all 8 people in this room and the mayor and his administration. I ask that we all cooperate and build a pool that is approximately 12,000 square feet in a rectangular shape with no bells and whistles, and it has a low end, a deep end, handicap access, easy access for young children. And again, it doesn't have any bells and whistles, just a rectangular pool like the pool at the Y or the pool at McDermott or all the 5 pools in Providence. This way, everyone gets some of what they want. And everyone wins. We can go back to our constituents, the mayor can go back to his administration, everybody can say, this is a compromise that everybody can live with. And if we build a rectangular pool, I'm not an architect, I'm not an engineer, but if we build a rectangular pool without all the bells and whistles and we can't build it for $4 million, then we need to really just knock ourselves in the head and find somebody that will build it for $4 million because it should be able to be built for $4 million. Or we ask for a little more opera money if it happens to be a little bit more than that. We get 3 bids. Doesn't have to be the company that's working on it now. It can be another company. So I'm asking everyone in the discussion, including the mayor, can we agree to this? If so, we can amend the resolution to say this and give the mayor a chance to do what everyone really wants. Build a pool that we can all agree on that can be built for $4 million. And we should be able to build a rectangular pool. And it's in a normal pool capacity for the kind of money we've allocated. And if we do this and tell the mayor to go ahead and do it, I do believe that at the meeting, they were all willing to make the pool bigger. And he said he would give us what we wanted if we all agreed to it. So let's ask the mayor, can you build a pool that's approximately 12,000 square feet, that's rectangular in shape, that has a low end, a deep end, handicap access, access for young children, and can we do it as soon as possible? That would be what I would ask this body to ask the mayor to do, not just Robert Ferry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ferry. I will go elsewhere. I just want to, something you mentioned, the night after, I think it was the night after the meeting, so last Thursday or Friday, I asked the question to members of the administration, Director Zadelis as well. Really 2 questions. How much money exactly do we have available, right? Because we have 4 million ARPA funds in the capital budget, and then there's the $750,000 grant. Is that $750,000 in addition to the 4 million, or is that $750,000 to reimburse us for part of the 4 million that we spend? So that's one question that we really need. Over the weekend, I was very happy to receive a text, which I don't get many from the mayor, but I did receive one. And based on that, he said that he was going to increase the pool size to 8,000 square feet and to 6.5 foot depth. So I think that's a start in terms of that he's willing to listen to the feedback, which is a good start. And the question I asked him, and I think it gets at what you're saying. I would feel a lot more comfortable if we knew how big of a pool can we get for that 4 million or 4.75 million. And if it's closer to 12,000 or 14,000 or whatever you're proposing tonight, Councilman, then that's what we should go with. I think we should max out that money and get as big of a pool as we possibly can get. So I am in support of what I think you were just saying. Council Vice President.
Yeah, I was just asking actually the finance director who's here with us this evening, you know, how much we also have left in the APRA dollars, because I was curious, given the fact that we've allocated the 4 million already towards Budlong Pool, and then there's a resolution that we're part of. I don't know how much was left. It's my understanding there's roughly about an additional $4 million left, Director.
Chair to the counselor, that's approximately what we have for unencumbered additional American Rescue Plan money. But that's, you know, one thing back to Councilor Ferries. I know that they're working on a plan, so in terms of what those may be programmed, but to your point, yes, there are still additional opera funds available.
A little bit over 4 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on what has been added into the last few budgets.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the 4 million
And
here
plus,
adds up.
plus reducing the commitment to the pool and a couple of the, you know, we did parks work too with the budget. So yes.
And to that point, I guess it doesn't include any potential additional dollars that we could possibly get with that released Rhode Island DEM grant as well, if we were to go after that and get it. But at least for the time being, Councilman Donegan, what do you have on your notes in terms of what we roughly have left in that APRA dollars?
Yes, so at an August 7th meeting, I believe we were informed that there was approximately $5.9 million left in unencumbered ARPA funds. But now we're being told it's 4 million, which is pretty substantial amount less. Director Zadelis, sorry. In August, we were informed at this committee was informed that we have $5.9 million left in ARPA funds. But now you just said that there's 4. So I'm just wondering about the discrepancy in those two numbers.
And it's north of 4. I didn't have I wasn't prepared for that, but I know it's north of 4. And did that number include the additional parks work that we were doing? So I don't have that number in front of you, sir, but it's definitely north of 4, and it's probably north of 5, but I do not have the actual number, sir. I wasn't prepared for that this evening.
Okay. I am curious about, and I think Council Vice President is curious about what that additional parks work is. But I don't want to because we are, I want to keep this germane to the Budlong Pool. So for the next Finance Committee meeting, if we could put on the docket remaining ARPA funds, that way we can get clarification for that. But for tonight, so we'll get an answer. And if you want to answer that beforehand, by all means.
I will get it out first thing tomorrow morning, Council.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Councilwoman, Council Vice President, for asking that question. Did you have anything else? Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Donegan, to your question about the 4 million in ARPA funds and the additional $750,000 in the grant. Do we have an answer, Director Zadelis, as to whether or not the $750,000 is in addition to the 4 million?
Through the chairman to the council president, my understanding is the 750,000 is a different grant. So that being said, it would be on top of, it would supplement the 4 million, not supplant.
It's not like a reimbursement type thing. Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Chairman Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Marzulli, I'm going to come to you in a moment. That would bring the total available to 4.7 million. To rebuild, according to the estimate received last Wednesday, to rebuild the pool at 22,000 square feet was 9 million. So that's just content. No, that was to rebuild the whole pool, was 9 million. It was 5 million to repair it, which would have a 10-year life cycle. 9 million to rebuild the pool at 22,000 square feet, which would have a lifespan of 40 years. So 9 million to rebuild a 22,000 square foot pool. We've got 4.75 available. Councilwoman Rizzuti, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Zaidelis, I am curious to the point of that the $750,000 is outside the ARPA. If we were to procure more grant money outside of what's already been put in the capital budget, can we just use it for the project? Or are there specific things we need to do to access that money? Because I know sometimes money that comes in outside of the budget, how do we use it? Because I just don't want process us to find money and then process get in the way with capital budget things and rules and going through planning.
Through the chair, to the council, as you probably know, the actual grant dictates the uses. So a subsequent grant from whatever funding source, whether it be federal or state, will outline the purposes. And as long as that, those proceeds are used for that project, back to the statement I made to the council president, it would supplement, not supplant. So once again, it would be the funding source and the purpose for which we sought out and were awarded a grant. So did that answer your question, Councilor?
Yes, thank you. So to that point, and this is not always common, so I'm definitely going to point out, I agree with Councilman Ferry and Councilman Donegan that we should get the best bang for our buck and build the biggest pool that we can. But as far as the shape, I would like to know from Mr. Mariano or whoever else, if there was, I don't know if I heard incorrectly, specific things about the shape that change the amount of lifeguards you need based on where they sit. I don't know how that works exactly. So I think that when we find out how much money it's projected to cost operationally every year, I think that's still important. I don't know at what point. I remember that building a pool or redoing the pool that we have at 22,000 square feet was going to cause us to need to put an addition on the bathhouse to be up to code based on the bather load and the codes with the state of Rhode Island that they adopted the international code. I don't know how doing one thing affects the next. I don't think any of us here know that, but I think that will be important when we arrive at the final number, be it 12,000, 10,000, 14,000, whatever it is. We have to know how it affects that other structure because that's going to cost more money. I don't know how the shape of it affects the lifeguards. The more lifeguards every year, we're going to spend more money. Those are questions that I still have. I don't know if I don't believe the administration has made those projections yet, Mr. Zaidelis, with how much operationally one pool is going to cost versus the next. But I think that is going to be important to us making these decisions. That's part of the finances, because I don't know, we already have to move money back into this budget line for every year because we moved it away. And I don't know where we're getting that from.
Through the chair and back to your point, the engineering question was very well knowledgeable of what it takes both on, on the Rhode Island laws relative to the ratio of people attending to the lifeguards. And that's something that's commonplace based on population of people using the pool. I do not have that information, so I will not speculate on that, but I know that's something being worked on. And to your point, most likely it's, the operational budget for parks or recreation will need to be increased because it's not in there now, number one, but number two, I do believe that we're going to have to potentially increase the salaries because as you read nationally, they're having problems filling those positions because it's not like, you're giving change. There's a level of responsibility that comes with being a lifeguard. So yes, it will have budgetary effects prospectively.
Mrs. Igelis, when, or through the chair, I want to ask for these numbers and I want to be respectful of people's time. But then again, we want this to happen as soon as possible while still being responsible and transparent and including everyone. But if we don't have those numbers, I don't know how we can accurately make a responsible decision about this, because we only know the numbers for the big chunk of change we have and the big construction on the pool. But if we don't have this information, I don't know how we can really make a good decision.
Mr. Chairman, to the council's point, I can go back to the administration with taking, I was, watching the public information and I've got notes, but my notes are not going to be anything to the extent of both the engineer and the architect of record. So we can go back and get the information from that, because I know they have it readily available, both in terms of the calculation for the number of lifeguards, what it's predicated on. So I don't have that.
Okay. Chair, I don't know if it's been clear if we, or Council President, if we can request the engineer to come back or request a certain date and time to, I did ask him at the meeting if he could work with finance, and I did speak to the Parks and Rec director myself, just asking for his opinion, and he needs information from the engineer and finance, or we're going to be inaccurate on the projections. And I just would hate for us to, all get together and agree on something and be gung-ho about it, and then we can't afford it, or we're trying to cut from somewhere else, and then we have problems doing this next year, and it's another kind of uproar. So I don't know if you can ask for that.
So at the meeting, last Wednesday, I did ask that question, and they were open to coming to the October Finance Committee meeting.
Okay, because I just know that they also said that, they could have bid documents out as soon as October. And I'm not trying to seem like I am rushing something. I just think that at the same time, we're saying we want a pool open next year. And we're also saying we want to pause this process. And I think that it's hard to do both of those things at the same time. I know that we always say we can walk and chew gum at the same time, but I literally don't know that we can get through the winter not going to bid for this stuff and get anything open next year, no matter what size it is. Because we haven't received, I don't think, bids on Knightsville, and that's been out for a while. Cardi Construction is having problems with the gentleman from West End Sampson already said that they wouldn't be building the pool because they designed it. So that's a conflict of interest. So I don't know who's going to do this construction. So I think if we don't either have some kind of a special meeting, if we want to keep this transparent, then we need to keep having meetings. If we keep going a month out, we're going to end up at Christmas and still not have a decision. And then it's spring and we're just going to bid. I don't think that that's going to be constructive for this process going forward, even if we all agree on what we want to do. So I don't know how anyone else feels about it, but we have to move. And if we have to have more meetings, special meetings in order to do so, I'm totally open to that.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Chairman. I am also open to a compromise. I think the mayor said he was at 8,000 and Councilman Ferry's at 12. I don't even know. Maybe there's somewhere in the middle that we can meet, but we also have to be physically responsible for about the cost of it. If 10,000 square foot pool, I mean, I don't know, holds 600, 700 people, it still might be too big for our area to maintain. We also got to make sure that, again, like Councilman Renzulli, I want to make sure this thing is done for next year. If we keep pushing this thing off, we're not going to get there. So hopefully we can get some numbers. We can't make a decision unless we have some numbers. So hopefully we can get some numbers real soon and to get this thing off the ground. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Council President.
We all, want this to happen soon, but in a responsible way. Given the last meeting, the discussions that have come to light, I appreciate that the mayor is looking to, make some compromises by hearing the feedback from the public in terms of increasing the size of the pool to 8,000 square feet, while, staying within the basic design as presented. With hearing tonight from Councilman Ferry, the proposal of doing a pool that's say 12,000, square feet, we're talking a little more than half, and keeping the basic rectangular size. I like that simple idea, to be honest. People from the public had said to me after the meeting, what's the big deal? Just cut the pool in half, have half the size that it was. And I think that is a viable option. When we talk about what the cost will be, I can tell you one thing, it's going to be a lot less than having to have maintained a 22,000 square foot pool, as we've done for numerous years. It's going to be less money than it has been to have the 22,000 square foot pool and have those number of lifeguards. So when we sit here and say we want to know what the cost is, that's right, we do, but it's going to be less than what we expended before, even from that perspective, even taking into account that there are going to be, wage rate increases. The other thing in terms of being creative, as we spoke about before, corporate sponsorships. If we have a new bathhouse, I'd be hard pressed to think that there isn't going to be company or companies that are going to want to put their names on the fence, on the bathhouse, whatever, to generate business for them, and that will help offset the operational costs for that bathhouse and the pool in general. This resolution will still, after tonight, we'll have to go through the full council. It will give the mayor time to chew over this additional proposal. And with hearing from Weston Sampson and their expertise, the notion of doing a simpler design, just a rectangle pool, I don't think is something that's going to be a hardship as compared to doing the more elaborate design that they did. And I think it's something we should definitely explore. For that reason, I would be in favor of that, and if they come back and say, well, it's going to be 11,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet, they can articulate, but the general sense is there. That's something as a compromise that I would be in favor of, because it would seem from an outsider's perspective that could be accomplished for the $4 million, because it doesn't have the bells and whistles. It's not the same curvature shape. It's more of a basic pool format, and that may be a win-win and help us get closer to moving this quickly. And so I appreciate Councilman Ferry, you mentioning this tonight. And if you have specific amendments that you want to make, since I'd be open to hearing that, but that depends on whoever did the motion to approve, if they want to withdraw it, and you can make a motion to amend. That's just my suggestion. Thanks.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make my comments brief. I know it's getting late. When I first heard that we were considering, changing the Budlong pool, I'm a history buff. I like visiting Navy museum ships and all that stuff. And the idea didn't sit well with me. But after hearing from the experts the other night, even though I wasn't in person, I was logged into Zoom with my earbuds in. I had a prior commitment. Listening to the experts, I really do feel that a newer facility is safer and will last the city a lot longer, and that's important. I do like Councilman Ferry's compromise tonight. I do think that it would be nice to make the square footage bigger. I do know that we have to fix the pool house. Can we do that in that amount of money? I don't know. I still love the idea of having a splash pad there. There are a lot of families that don't like to go in a pool, that prefer a splash pad. In ideal city, I'd love to see a splash pad in every ward. I'm really jealous that Councilman Donegan has one in his ward. And, maybe that's something we can work on in the future, but I'm happy to compromise. The way the resolution sits tonight, I couldn't sponsor it because it talks about saving the old one, couldn't vote for it. But if there are amendments made that work, then I could get behind it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. And this is not meant to be nitpicky. It's just to make the resolution proper, and I can't make an amendment, but it wasn't built in 1930 as far as I know, 1938 to 1940 with the opening day in 1940. So someone just might want to change that. That's all. Thank you.
To Councilwoman Renzuli's point, that was a Scrivener's error. The way, what I meant to, what I meant for it to say is built in the 1930s, not built in 1930. So that's my fault. Councilman Ferry, I'll defer to you. I've been trying to sit here and wordsmith something that I think might work, but it sounds like you have something.
What I have here is I'll read to you and then I can get, Councilwoman Jermaine wanted to speak. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Jermaine. Councilman Ferry, let's wordsmith the amendment first and then we'll go to.
We have to withdraw the motion to approve. And now we need I make a motion to amend the resolution. Okay, I'll read it out loud and then I can give Rose a copy of this so she doesn't have to write it all down. Rose, okay? I have it typed out. It would be just the last two paragraphs. And it would say, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honorable City Council requests Mayor Hopkins and his administration to abandon their plan to reduce the size of the pool to 7,000 square feet. And the last paragraph, be it further resolved that the Honorable City Council urges Mayor Hopkins and his administration to seek a plan to utilize the approved $4 million of American Rescue Plan Act's funds to build a pool that is 12,000 square feet, that is rectangular in shape, has a low end, a deep end, swimming lanes, handicap access, and an entry point for small children, and bring the pool house up to code. Now we can add in the $750,000 grant too. I didn't put that on here, but I'll write that for Rose. So there would be $4.75 million would be allocated to doing that. And I just want to say one more thing before I finish. I said earlier, and I meant it, not everybody can have what they want. But we can all, I don't see how we can't all have this. All of us, not just me, all of us, everyone. I know there's not going to be people that are not going to be happy about this. I'm not happy about it. I've been fighting to keep that pool all the time, but I realize that I can't have what I want. But I think that I can have this with everybody else. We all can have this. And it's going to cost more, and lifeguards cost more, and everything costs more. But the bottom line is we don't have to have 15 lifeguards anymore. And we don't have to make the pool house bigger. And we don't have to put 1 million gallons of water in the pool now. We only have to put 500,000 gallons in. So it's everything else works. There'll be less help on, there'll be less water in the pool. There'll be less chlorine to buy. There'll be less maintenance to do. It'll be easier to close. It'll be easier to open. And we all get a pool that's 12,000 square feet, give or take 1,000. I don't know. I'm not the architect. I'm not the pool company. But we should be able to do this for the money we have without worrying about how much it's going. Let's worry about how much it's going to cost to hire the lifeguards when the lifeguard chairs are going up. Not now. We can't worry about that now. We have to worry about building the pool. We'll figure out how to pay the lifeguards next year. Please, let's just amend the resolution and approve that.
Director Zadelis.
In, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Counselor, your sentiment of let's build the pool, I can't agree with you anymore, but it's just one cautionary tone. I don't know how much additional work it's going to be for the architects and the engineers going, if the current number is 7, going from 7 to 12 is additional work. And circling back to Councilor Renzulli's comment that I think everybody's goal is to get bid specs out the door this fall. So the only cautionary comment I would make is the timeline on this. But to your point about getting something done with a priority, you can pay a premium for design. I'm just saying right now, if the goal is to get bid specs out to get a firm to build a pool, that could change the timing that may have been described, and it's all up.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. One thing I want to address is we spent 2 years going around and there was no rush to build, to do something with the pool. So now if you want to do it correctly, properly, where all of us are included, I don't think we need to rush. For the film, the engineering, I thought if it was a process where we all should be included, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be the final version. So that's a sketch, it should be. So how not be able to modify? Because in every business, before you have the final version of a design, you have to go back and give it for a look and to check it out, to make a change, to modify it. So now, is it the final version? So without our input, now I will understand. But if there is a willingness to work, to collaborate with the council, I don't think that will be a problem for the engineering to go back to modify the design. This process is started all about transparency. And that's why we are here now where we are at, and we have these resolutions. Transparency, accountability, it's all about that. So I will be, I'm emotional, so I know, and I've been told I am, and I know I own it, I am, when I talk about Badlampo. It's been tiring. It's been exhausting. And I want to compromise. But a 7,000 square feet and 8,000 square feet, it's a no-no. So that's why I would support the proposition of Council Ferry for a 12,000 square feet. I'm not happy about it, but I think that's a compromise I can make. I want a pool where 10, 15 to 17 can come and enjoy. I want a pool where young adults from 18 to 40 can come and enjoy. I want a pool where adult 40 to 60 can come and enjoy. I want a pool where seniors can come and enjoy. I want a pool where advanced swimmers can come and enjoy. I want a pool where a family with a child 0 to 2 to 5 can come and enjoy. So it has to be inclusive to all of us, not some of us. We cannot leave out some of us. So when we talk about the cost, and Council Marino been talking about that for a long time, we can be creative. All of us can talk to a business to say how we can help to create job, how we can sponsor this in our community. So the cost to keep it, to maintain it, I don't think this is the problem for now. So a lot of things has happened for 18 past meetings. And I think this time, after Wednesday meeting, we can sit down if we want to be collaboratively getting an outcome that will not satisfy everybody, that is acceptable. We can wait a little longer to get it done right. So that's my proposition. I don't think it's a problem. If we said the engineering cannot come back to it, so it tells us whatever that you're doing here, we don't take you seriously. So that should be a way to compromise, and the engineer come back to this design to make it 12,000 square feet. That's a compromise for us and for the mayor. So I don't think there is anything that is evidence to say, oh, I didn't want to include you. You are out. This is what I want. So we need to have something for the community with all of us that include others. So I will be in support of the amendment to have a pool with 12,000 square feet. Thank you.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you. Councilman Donegan, I have another question to you. Are you going to invite the experts back in? Are the engineers going to come back?
So yes, that is the goal, is for them to be here in October. With that said, we are all cognizant of the timeline that has been presented to us by the administration, at least at Wednesday. So I am open to, obviously at the availability of the engineer, holding a special finance committee meeting before the end of this month to have that discussion.
Thank you. And the reason I ask that question is as I sit here and I reread the resolution and I think about it more, maybe 12, I don't know if 12,000 foot is a good number. It's a great compromise that you put out there, Councilman Ferry, and I'm not knocking it, but the more I sit here, I don't know if 12,000 is the right number. You know, what if it should be 15? What if it should be 11? I mean, we're at 7 now, but 7 to 12 is also a big jump. I'd like to hear from the experts as well. I know we're under a time crunch, but that's just where my head's at right now as I'm sitting here listening to everybody, you know, network this. So thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a vote here tonight and I cannot make amendments, but I also wanted to point out, I know it was a question on Wednesday, line 35, where it says we were assured by members of the administration the pool would be open in 2022. I didn't go looking through videos, to be honest with you, because as my friend Councilwoman Jermaine said, this has been an exhausting process for all of us. So I remember the back and forth between Councilman Donegan and Chief of Staff Moretti about whether or not that was actually said out loud. I don't know if anyone's determined that. I don't know if that is necessarily, and this is not my resolution, so I don't want to, I'm trying to stay in my lane while also be productive here. I don't know if that is necessary in this resolution now. I don't know if the 2 paragraphs after that are really necessary either. If we're trying to now go in this positive collaborative direction, I don't know if anyone is open to making this just be about that or not, but I don't think that it fully shows collaboration here, even if we change the numbers to what Councilman Ferry is saying. And that is just my opinion. You guys can do what you want with it because I can't vote on it right now anyway. I'm just saying that I don't think as we going around in a circle and we say we all can't get what we want and we're all trying to be collaborative, it just doesn't read that way to me personally. Thank you.
I'll just, I'm gonna take the liberty to respond, not on behalf of everyone whose name is on here as a co-sponsor, but as someone, well, as the person that wrote this. Those points are objective in terms that they're factual points to provide context and timeline. I think that as Councilwoman Germain has expressed time and time again, and as I know Councilman, well, as all of us have experienced and expressed, this has been a really long process. But I think that there has been harm that's been done as part of this process. And I think that while it sounds like tonight we are taking a really important step forward in terms of collaboration, bipartisanship to come to a consensus and compromise on this. I do think that, some of that harm has already been done. And I think to just forget about it isn't fair to the people that have put in a lot of work. I haven't been at the butt of some of the comments made by members of city government. So I'll certainly let them have the final say here. But me personally, I think they're objective, factual, and I think that they belong. But I'll let others. Councilman Campopiano, you did have your hand up before.
I would like to see it instead of locking in at 12,000, if it could be a sliding range. I don't know if anybody would object to it. I mean, based on the whatever the budget comes out at the next meeting. I mean, to make it 10 to 12 or something like that. So we fit in the groove where it's the right amount of people and it fits the budget.
So I'll say this, and I'll share this with the committee, because I had mentioned I was workshopping something. I like what Councilman Ferry put forth, and I'll support that this evening. If to bring everyone on board, if something to the effect of to build, if the language was to build as large of a square as large of square footage as possible, would that satisfy everyone? No,
It wouldn't satisfy me.
less than, okay, and no less than, yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
Councilman Ferry, this amendment is your baby. I want to.
Let's just remember something. People that advocated to keep the pool at 21,000 square feet, 22,000 square feet, I'm sorry, are not happy with this. They're not happy with this. So if it gets to be 9,000 or 8,500, they're really not going to be happy. So I can't sit here and say as big as, and it turns out to be 8,500 square feet, because you're going to have thousands of people that are not going to be happy. So 11 to 13,000, I'll agree to that, but I will not agree to go any lower than that. I'm sorry. I can't, because I'm speaking for the constituents of this city. That's who I'm speaking for. And I want a 15,000, I want two 12,000 square foot pools. That's what I want. One in Ward 2 and one in Ward 5. That's what I want, but I can't have that.
I like that.
Okay? That's what I want. That would be the best solution. 1 and 2 and 1 and 5. And we get 2 pools, but we can't have 2 pools. But we can have 1 pool. There's no doubt in my mind that if you go to a company and say, build me a rectangular pool that's 12,000 square feet, they got the plans sitting on the shelf right now, ready to go. And they'll build it without charging you for plans. That'll happen. I guarantee you, as a business person, I'll go find the guy to do it. I'll take it upon my responsibility. We don't have to pay another $350,000. We need to have a pool that's half the size of the one that's there. We do. Period.
Councilman Ferry, if the amendment read to maximize the square footage with the amount X available, but no less than 11,000 square feet. So I'm just going to read what I have, and I'm going to try and work in what we just said. Be it further resolved that the Honorable Cranston City Council, this is the last paragraph, urges Mayor Hopkins and his administration to seek a plan to utilize the approved $4 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds
Plus,
and the additional $750,000 in grant funding in $750,000 in federal grant funding, to build as large a square footage pool as possible, but no less than
in a rectangular shape.
in a rectangular shape, but no less than 11,000 square feet.
A low end, a deep end, swimming lanes, handicap access, and an entry point for small children. That has to be in the resolution.
Yep, sounds good.
An entry point for everyone.
Yeah, it has an entry point.
Is there anything else we want to add in that list?
Hey, can we add more lanes? Can I have?
Everyone just give me 30 seconds to write that down.
Councilman, make sure you add the word long pool and not just to build a pool. Just to be on the, we want to really be picky. Can I ask an additional question?
Council Vice President Vargas has the floor.
Resolution, it also states to make the pool handicap accessible, but it also says to bring the pool house up to code. So is that 4 million plus the $750,000 in federal grant include the actual bathhouse? Because I want to make sure that that's clear and that's there for the actual record.
Yes.
And so can we actually the design plan to be brought up to us in the October meeting?
You want me to read what I have? Anyone? Okay. Yeah, of course. But we got to vote on it. Be it further resolved that the Honorable Cranston City Council urges Mayor Hopkins and his administration to seek a plan to utilize the approved $4 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds and the additional $750,000 in federal grant funding to build as large of a square footage pool as possible, but no less than 11,000 square feet, is it rectangular in shape, has a low end, a deep end, swimming lanes, handicap access, and an entry point for people of all abilities, make any necessary repairs to make the pool operational and make the pool handicap accessible and bring the pool house up to code. Some of that is a little repetitive at the end, but yes. Councilwoman Jermaine.
So the current design show only 2 lanes. 2 lanes means like it's only 6 people that can have sweep lane. So if you have 2 people per lanes. So I would love to see at least a 5 lanes. 6 lanes. 6 lanes, yes. So at least because to 6 people, that's unacceptable. Right? So at least 6 lanes. Can we add that?
I'll just say I agree with the sentiment, but I worry that if we get too into the minutia, that we're gonna be here all night. Respectfully.
please.
To Councilwoman Jermaine's point, I understand exactly what she is saying, and I'm just gonna compare this. Well, first, I've talked to other pool experts who said 4 to 6 people can actually swim in a lane at a time, depending on where they start. 1. 2, I can only compare this to a track in that everyone's in a different spot in the lane. We don't add lanes because more people want to go on a certain day. And also this pool, as far as I understand it, is never open early in the morning or late at night when most people go to do their lap swimming. This is the middle of the day kind of thing. So I definitely see the point, but also I would just like to say, and no one ever likes this when I say this, so please take it in the way that I mean it, how I meant it 2 years ago and how I mean it today. When we're trying to compromise on this, ultimately, the mayor can do whatever he wants. I'm not saying that I support him doing whatever he wants. I'm just saying we can write a beautiful resolution here with every detail designed, and that cannot happen. So if we make it so that it doesn't work for both sides, or it seems like, I don't say we're not playing nice in the sandbox, whether that was done before or not, I'm saying that 2 wrongs don't make a right. And this just doesn't sit well with me in some places, and that's fine because it's not my resolution and I don't have to vote for it. But if we do in the true spirit of compromise and the fact that we don't actually have the authority to design this pool. So we can say whatever we want here, but if it's taken the wrong way, it might not happen. So that's just me saying that from my heart as a person who wants to use the pool and take my kids there. We can say whatever we want. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. So maybe we should consider that. And I've been trying to say that for a while, and I just hope it's received in the way that I mean it. Thank you.
I don't agree with you, Councilman Zuli, because the mayor is working for the people. He should listen to the people. He cannot do whatever he wants. He cannot do whatever he wants because he's working for the people. He's working for the people who elected him. It's not his business. The pool is not his business. It's the people's business. I don't agree with you.
Councilwoman Jermaine, you can disagree with me, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm not saying this from my feelings. I'm saying it by our charter. We can't tell him how to design this pool any more than we can tell him how to paint City Hall or the color of Garden City School. It's just not in our authority. And yes, he represents the people. He works for the people, but we can say whatever we want. We just can't force it. We can't make it happen. We can suggest it and we can all try to work together. I'm not saying that I disagree with you. I'm just saying that I'm not going to pretend that I think that we have that power, because we simply don't. And I'm not saying that it's fair. It just isn't in our power.
Councilman Zuli, what we say here is for people. We represent people. We bring the voice of the people. It's not us individually, as we said, he's not doing what we say. So what we say is the voice of the people we represent as he represent them. We have to make this clear, okay? It's not ours. It's not what we want, what the people who elected us and him wants, and we bring that, the voice.
Everyone has had their say. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna reread the last 2 paragraphs as I have here. If there are any mistakes, please let me know, okay? The second to last paragraph, I'd like to make a motion to amend. I'm sorry, that second to last paragraph, we don't need to change. You already made that motion. I'm going to make a motion to amend your amendment of the last paragraph. I'm going to, I'll read it, and then if someone would like to make the motion for me. The last paragraph should read, "Be it further resolved that the Honorable Cranston City Council urges Mayor Hopkins and his administration to seek a plan to utilize the approved $4 million of American Rescue Act funds and the additional $750,000 in federal grant funding to build as large of a square footage pool as possible, but no less than 11,000 square feet, is rectangular in shape, has a low end, a deep end, swimming lanes, handicap access, and bring the pool house up to code. It does include, yes, it does include handicap access. And access for people of all abilities. Last paragraph will read, be it further resolved that the Honorable Cranston City Council urges Mayor Hopkins and an administration to seek a plan to utilize the approved $4 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds and the additional $750,000 in federal grant funding to build as large of a square footage pool as possible, but no less than 11,000 square feet, is rectangular in shape, has a low end, a deep end, swimming lanes, handicap access, and access for people of all abilities, and bring the pool house up to code. Will someone would someone like to make a motion? to that?
I move to approve that last paragraph.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Councilman Paplaskas.
You know, where's the splash pad? No, I'm not saying it as a joke. I mean, I think it's important.
Can I address the splash pad, John? Yep.
Well, to fairness to
Chairman,
Councilman
yeah.
Paplaskas, is there anything more of your comment?
No, we've talked about everything on here, but there's no splash pad. I mean, I think that's a great spot for a splash pad. You can have all this extra space too in the pool.
Council President.
Yeah, at the meeting, I recall, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, this subject came up about the splash pad. And even with the discussion that we had, it was that the space on that property is large enough so that after we have the pool and the bathhouse, if there seems to be a need and we have the financial ability to add the splash pad, that's something that could be added later on. But it's not something that would be done initially in order to save costs. And that seems reasonable, particularly I can only speak for myself as is the obvious, because at least the city already has a splash pad where we don't even have a pool right now. So, you know, as long as we've got the possibility of looking at that down the road, that makes sense, because at least we have one of each if we do it this way.
Can I just follow up real quick, Councilman Donegan?
Councilman Paplaskas.
I'm leaning voting no, just because it doesn't have the splash pad. So I'm gonna think about it as we finish up and votes to happen. But if I vote no, I'm just gonna lay that out there that I think the splash pad's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Campopiano.
Well, I agree with Councilman Paplaskas, but I also agree with Councilman Renzulli's point about the negativity in it. I would like to see a softened, but that's all I have. Thank you.
It's all about winning and losing. That's all it is, winning and losing. Please, let's vote.
Is there any other discussion? Council Vice President.
Thank you. I have to say that, you know, there were a few comments and a few of us even on the city council last week that did state that there is a petition of 2,000 signatures and we need to listen to the people. However, I firmly believe that where we are, the trends, where we as a city, where we want to be financially responsible, where we want to make sure that we have staff that can operate that building, or we want to make sure that we have efficiencies, whether it's water pumps or anything along those lines of the pool. You know, to echo Council Member Ferry's point, you know, we do have to compromise. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be upset. There's also going to be a lot of people that are to be extremely happy. I think that at the end of the day, when we see the smiles, particularly of our younger generation, the children using this pool on a very, very hot day, it's going to really lighten enlighten myself, it's gonna lighten up, I think, the basis of all of us to know that this long-winded conversation that has been very much needed and has been controversial at points. We have agreed and disagreed, but we can agree, at least I can, again, only speak for myself, that we're meeting, we're going at least at the very minimum halfway. And so I'm really looking forward to those design plans. We had allocated that $4 million from APRA funds already towards the pool. This is, I would have loved to see additional spaces. I gotta say, I kind of like the design of the pool that was presented as well, with the nice, overhead, kind of like the life chairs and where they are in the spacing for the kids and everything else. I didn't see, other than the fact that obviously the size was a really much smaller, but that was very attractive look and design for it. It had the lanes, it had another couple designs. Am I big on the idea that it has to be a rectangle pool? I'm not. I really think we could have been a little bit more innovative in terms of the actual design, but I also know that we have to make sure that for every penny that we are spending, that there's accountability and that we don't delay the process any longer. But I would have loved to see the pool bigger. But I also hearing a lot of families is that sometimes there are children that don't want to just, be in the pool. They're afraid of water. So to the council member's point, Papalaskis, I think having that splash pad would have been a nice offset as well. We can focus on that later on. I hope that we continue to focus on that as well, and we don't lose sight of it, assuming that we have the financial funds to actually move forward with that in the near future as well, and make sure that that park is not just the pool, that the bathhouse is not just updated as well, but even that the courtyard is also maintained and up to date, and that everything is in actual compliance for the city. So I'm looking forward to having the whoever it is, the contractors, the designers come before us, present to us, present to the entire community on what the final plans are on there, and continue to have that open process and transparency with our constituency. And working with the mayor on that. I heard the mayor this morning say, I think he was reaching out to the council president when he was asked on the Giovanni Lucenti show this morning about the pool. I hope that he can have a conversation with all of us, and I welcome him back into the city council chambers to make sure that, what his concerns are to all of us, what his thought process are on the pool. But as a council, I'm clearly, I want to make sure this pool gets open, and I don't know if it'll be open next year, but at least this is a foot in the right direction on making sure that we're giving the pool to the community. And I really hope to see a lot of our community members take advantage of this pool and know that it's in our summer camp as well. So I won't say any more, but thank you for everyone for their support.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. If I don't say that using this splash pad, do not vote for it, it's just an excuse. Because even when they were discussing last Wednesday, as Council President Marino mentioned, it wasn't, a splash pad is not the priority for the constituent right now, if you are following or listening. So we didn't have a splash pad at all in the city, and we have one now. So we can, day by day, step by step, once we have the money, we can add that. And at the meeting on Wednesday, they didn't really expand on that. So we're trying to make a compromise, to meet you halfway. And now you all choose just an excuse to not meeting with us. That's just an excuse, really excuse. Because if the splash pad is the first priority in this project, I don't think so. because we need it, yes. Can we afford it? Let's think about it. Do we have the money to have it and we choose not to do it? Give me the answer. If there is something else, no, I think we can work together. We just, just put political aside, no excuse. Let's find something. That's send a message to the mayor saying, this is a bipartisan resolution. Let's do it for the people of Cranston. They deserve it.
It's not in their being to be bipartisan. That's what I have to say.
Keep the comments about the resolution, please, everyone. All right. Are there any other comments?
Count-
Councilman
I'll be very
Paplaskas.
brief. I just don't want to finish project like Eden Park School. That's got an addition with a foundation and nothing done. If we're gonna spend the money, we should do a splash pad. That's my position on it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Sorry, I just wanted to put this out there while we're doing this. I think it's related. If someone is, has a good rapport with state reps who want to find more money too, we can do more. There's money. The state is sitting on lots of ARPA money that has not been appropriated. So if someone wants to call Representative Fenton Fong or call Senator Miller or call whoever, Representative Baginski, see what they can do to help, then we can do more. But I'm still saying if we want to be collaborative in nature and we want to be the bigger people here, then maybe we have to do that all around. And I don't love what Councilman Ferry just said when I blatantly came out and said, I agree with him on this, and that doesn't happen that often. I don't get to vote tonight, but I'm very bipartisan all the time, constantly trying to work. We don't have to, sometimes we need to agree to disagree, and sometimes we don't even agree on actual facts. But when we leave here, most of us are pretty friendly and can work together. Do we want to get this done or not? That's the question. Like, this is getting ridiculous here. Thank you.
Clerk, please take the roll.
Is this the point of information? Is this the amendment only?
This is on the amendment.
Okay.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Now, is there a motion to approve as amended?
Motion to approve the resolution as amended.
Second.
I have to. So is there any discussion on the? Do I? Clerk, please take the roll on the ordinance as amended. Resolution, sorry.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Thank goodness that's over for tonight. All right. Now that we're through the easy stuff, real estate tax abatements.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Tangible tax abatements.
Motion to approve.
Second,
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Tax interest waiver approvals.
Motion to approve.
All in favor, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Tax interest waiver denials.
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we do have something else of importance. A letter was sent to me by Markham, who is contracted to complete the fiscal year audits for 2021, 2022, 2023. So they would be performing the audit this year. I was advised to put this on the agenda for the committee to weigh in procedurally and authorizing me to sign that document.
How much time do you have to sign it?
I don't know the deadline.
I mean, can we continue it or we have to discuss it now? I'm thinking about their delays in getting us the audit last year.
Director Zadelis.
Through the chair to the counselor, yes, I'd be the first person to say, the audit was delayed, both the independent audit and the single audit. Now, they are slated to begin their work next month, approximately 30 days from now. So if your request was to hold it to the next finance committee meeting, I would advise you not to, but timing is everything with this, and I would advise you to approve this. I mean, they are the contractor, we would, I guess it's been the protocol here to bid it and award it through the council. We awarded a 3-year bid. So through the chairman, I would advise this, and then we just make sure we get the audit done.
We are, contractually obligated through that 3-year bid.
So you're looking for a motion to approve your signature? I mean, the
Motion, I would word it, I would entertain a motion to authorizing the chair of the finance committee to move forward with signing the document.
so moved.
Second.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if it goes to the full council, but sounded by the motion, it wouldn't. It would just be done here. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's going to be signed while we're sitting here.
All right, I suggest you save their phone number and email in your Rolodex, because you'll be calling them a lot saying, are we ready for next week? Are we ready for next month? So, maybe this year will be different. I know there was, just hope it's not like last year. Thanks.
Council Vice President.
Can I propose that if you were signing this, you can just bring them up for a quick update in terms of making sure that they're on time, anything that they need, that they make sure that they give you a heads up. I mean, this is a $71,000, bid. It's not pennies that we're talking about. And I think keeping them accountable and making sure where we are in updates. I know should be on their end as well, but me on our end, we keep that conversation, or you keep that conversation going, provide us where they are in terms of, whether or not they may not know if they're going to be behind yet. I mean, it's only September. They're not going to start till October, but I think having that conversation, otherwise to ask for another extension again, they have to go through the audit general and go through that process. I don't think it's healthy for us to get to that point again.
So perhaps if they're going to start in October, we meet early October. So maybe the November meeting, have them here, or potentially we could have a special finance at the end of, or sometime else in October. Or they could come to the city council meeting, or if you want me to just communicate via email, I can do that. Whatever, if you want them here, the beginning of October might be too soon before they start the work, unless you want them here to discuss that.
Sorry, if I can, I would say that Dave, our auditor, I can kind of defer to him. They may or may not have stuff on there, but what do you think in having them come in at least November to provide us with some sort of, are we giving them what they need? Is there anything that they're a little bit behind on? Are they ahead of? It might be too early to say, but just curious.
You could do it in two manners. You could ask for a status report via email to say where part of the audit they're on. Usually they come in to do some pre-work in October in advance. So it'd take about a month. They'll start with confirmations and mailings that are gonna come back to the city. I mean, I think it's fair to get an assessment, maybe the beginning of November, second week, but prior to Thanksgiving. But I don't necessarily think you need them to come in as long as they agree to give you something in writing on the status of the areas they're in. But if you want to question their target date, then I'd have them come in so you can verbally ask the question.
Thank you. So the motion to approve is, or the motion authorizing the chair of the finance committee to move forward with signing the document is before us. It has a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, and Council President Marino.
Yes.
Director Bellis, is there any update on hiring for the planning position, or do we want to push that off to next month?
Mr. Chairman, I know it's advertised. I thought they had some people, so I cannot give you an estimated time of arrival on a new hire. But the planning department is working diligently with our human resources department, as is the case in another couple of departments. So I would feel more comfortable Mr. Pizzullo could update you where he is in the hiring process.
Thank you. If we could push that, Council Vice President.
Sorry, if we can just to the director, I know you're here. If we can just ask the director to post that on the website, that would be greatly appreciated.
Through the chair to the council, I thought the original job was posted, but I wasn't prepared to answer that one, but everything goes out on there. My understanding, everything goes out on the website or should go out on the website of the city in the HR department.
With that, there is no other business before us this evening.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye, ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.